let's go ahead and get started. Hello everyone, happy Friday. We are gonna be playing some Final Fantasy XIV today. Last time we bullied Titan exceedingly hard as a tank solo, and that was hilarious. But we got more pressing things that are gonna be coming up here pretty soon. And yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to just go ahead and get started. Not much I really gotta say about this. Just know that we're still working towards Heavensward. Also, while it's fresh in my mind, I have got a poll for the next job that we are going to do. I will go ahead and I'll see about making a little text graphic on screen. Or actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just make a very, very quick panel on my channel. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a very quick panel that yeah, I'll make while I'm waiting here. I'll go ahead and make a really, really quick panel for the job poll that I put on Twitter. So you have a preference as to what job I ought to play, go there and vote. Poll closes around, let's see, I suppose that's July 29th. 6 o'clock PDT. That's Pacific time. Pacific Daylight Time, I mean. And yeah, I think that'll be good. Go ahead and submit that. Turn off editing of panels, and it should be there. It should be there. At least I'm hoping it is. If it needs a refresh, sorry if I'm forcing a refresh, but I'll also post it. I'll just quickly put it in the chat. I don't know if we'll try and censor it or anything. I hope not. I don't have a better way of doing this, but there's a poll right there for you if you don't feel like refreshing. And yeah, I think that's that covered, so let's just go ahead and get right into this. Now then, there hasn't been any music playing while I've been sitting here. So last time we stopped just before Blueyden. Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes, and the others came back without you. I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. True, we kind of kicked the butt of Titan by ourselves. You know, because that is something we are capable of doing. All settled then, is it? Glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my man will be believing me. Or else whether or not he was someone properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that. Which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. I know you lot have places to be. Why not stay the night? We'd be honest to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. My dude, I have been sitting here for a week. Give or take. You'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Alright. Alright, I hear ya. I have no idea if this is actually picking up or not. I don't think any sound is actually, like, playing. Let me just see here. It might be just really, really quiet. So I'm turning it all the way up.
Who goes there?
Oh, nope, that is a lot louder.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp.
Maybe back there.
He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas.
That might have to be good for now. Because I don't want the audio to be spiking.
It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save.
Right, okay, so there's clearly a lot we're not seeing here.
Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recall Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I'm sorry, what? Alice, I can't hear you past my stupidly spiky armor. You know what? Let's just talk about what we've been doing with Alphino.
no clear memories of our life in the hinterlands, having returned to the motherland as infants. Nevertheless, I am quite familiar with Master Matoya, as is every Charlene. I should like to speak with her someday.
That's opening up a barrel of fish.
Recent maturation was at least somewhat due to her sage guidance. I would never tell him this, of course, but there have been moments when I've caught myself thinking of him as an elder brother.
You're twins, though. You're twins.
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, warrior of light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Okay. Oh boy, another cutscene. Of who else but an absolute total nerd. And another nerd.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
My dude, you're being played like a fiddle.
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Lovely.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
I'd like to see you try. Genuinely. It's not gonna happen.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
For the outsider looking in, we should know who that is. We just heard those words.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
Dude, I think you're giving yourself a little too hard of a time.
My friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Wonder who that could be. Another cutscene or nah? Nope. Okay. Alpha, no. What you got? Guess you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. During the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Asgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with the Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where's Alizé? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Yeah, where could she have gone? Seriously. Alizé, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? Apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I have already packed my things. Oh boy. How is he, huh? Commander and someone tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. To answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. Lovely. He's still in there, beneath the anchorage in despair. He's still fighting with all his heart. I sure hope he is. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. Well, that's good. At least Gabu's getting treated fairly well. It's better than nothing. There's nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. When it hurts so much, your heart feels fit to burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them and never ever forget. Criminy! We don't even know that he's gonna respond. Oh, he actually did. Amazing. Of course I say things that just immediately get completely thrown out the window. I mean, they kind of already got beat up. There will be a reckoning. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're talking about the bigger picture. Got it. Got it. We're gonna beat up the people who have been giving all these different Beast Tribes crystals. Oh boy, we get to use another Aetheryte ticket. I don't know how many they expect you to use, but I am using a lot of them. Because I don't want to spend money. Okay. Actually, I just realized something. I accidentally put the Novice Network into my stream chat. I'm gonna undo that. I don't even know why I'm in the Novice Network, besides the fact that I have the returner flag now. Okay. Hello, Urianje. We've heard the glad tidings from Okamoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people themselves may rest easy. I'd like to think so. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening them, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Yeah. As at his request, I sought out the Gurren Oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Oh boy. Those are copious uses of allegory to vie with any single interpretation. The oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. Oh boy! 7 times have they succeeded, then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Yup. Yeah. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, where there to endure as one and none. Verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. Lovely! This fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it'd give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Right, okay, yeah. Far better to die thy reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returns unto the source may be born anew. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then no one should ever have to make such a choice. Oh yeah, no kidding. When we speak further on the subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It seems that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Oh boy! I believe this to be the work of the same Guardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes. And though beyond a shadow of a doubt, unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. Yeah. You know, that is one of the 12, right? Yeah. May also interest you to know that their Asgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Roy's network of spies. I forget how to pronounce that. I hate L's and names. Truly jest, and yet it is not so surprising, but after leadership hunted by the Lions, I can well imagine this will be definitely inspired with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. I know I just kind of rambled that off in very, very quick succession, but whatever. We see out resistance group which received the crystals without delay. And Alize is suspicious as always. Okay. Oh, it's Sancred. Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation they were in the employ of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. What few remained? Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. Lovely! It was meant for Little Alamigo, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Lovely! Since ceramics men no longer have needed my services, I have a mind to head that way. And there I was thinking might finally be one step ahead of the warrior lightness helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. Leader of these guardian smugglers is formerly in the employ of one Eileen, the Ivy herself. So I think I mentioned the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact you still. Yeah, is there someone else you would have me notify first? Alright. When the world has gotten into her, it's twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils and spent as much time at the Levior estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little Alamigo awaits. Good point. Absolutely good point. We're gonna go to little Alamigo. Alice, hey, you doing all right? We'll get to the bottom of this. Forgive me, it's been a long day. Okay. Listen, Galen, if anything should happen, it should be me who just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. What are you talking about? Are you talking about maybe Urianger being, like, a traitor or something? We have no idea when the Thancred might arrive. I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Sure. That's not a bad idea. For the review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. And we're going to divide our forces. I'm going to go to the eastern half, and the twins will go to the west. Time to go bother the people of Little Alamigo. Ideally, they will remember me and not, like, freak out. Yeah, the resistance? Fine, no, it's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Ottoland, dude, don't be like that. Don't be like that, man. Sifrid! Let me guess, come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. Well, he's lit a fire in every Alamigan's heart. He's also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. Alright, what about you, Tailbot? I see you there going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems there's the talk of Little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay. Alpha, now what you got? Suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. Ah, yes, Peter Griffin taking over Alamigo and getting ready to, Little Alamigo, I meant. Peter Griffin's taking over Little Alamigo and yep, the masks. Think you could maybe come up with a better resistance name? And despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamigan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, yet we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions. It may happen enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundebald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Now, I'm supposed to take the lead. Why are you leading the way? Gundebald, my friend. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Galen, I can't help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? I know of him, as do we all. He and his mask have become our leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable leader. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your very eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Oh boy. Okay. Well, nothing for it but to just make our way over that way. We're not gonna get any fights. We're not gonna get in any fights, I mean. We're a little too high level for that. Now then, has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. I wonder. That's a lot of folks.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind.
think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful.
Ooh.
You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us, but no more. Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you. For we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it.
Yep, there it is. There it is.
The Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more.
Buddy, no primal summoning. That's against the law.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
No, not at all. You know.
Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
Could I ask you the same thing, Ida?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Hey Lois, remember the time I caused an insurrection in Girabania? I'm joking, of course, but like... For the longest time, I always made jokes about the Griffin being just, you know, Peter Griffin. Because, you know, funny original content. Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. What exactly have you two been doing this whole time? Good question. We're paying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at a great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. And we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lord Rito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Rawan had been reinstated. We resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. Yeah, we never got it, Papalimo. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masters are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. We also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the signs of the Seventh Dawn. I wonder who he might be. Curious, it is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in our raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. Says the person wearing a mask. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. By the way, he is an actual character now. And now you've heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to look into the Griffin, or whatever the heck it said? Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not... Oh, come on. It is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Good. You're finally turning into a capable character. And this is assuming you'll have us. Yeah. It'd be stupid to not have, like, a genuine party. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. While he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Galen, let's be off. Good. Tailbot will suspect nothing when I come in on this fancy schmancy mana cutter. Obviously. Just be... Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. You're good. You're good. No one suspects this flying airship that could only be the product of Garlon Ironworks. No, not at all. Not at all. Nobody will suspect a thing. Wrong way. Tailbot was this way. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. This fat sack of gill might persuade you otherwise. A heavy leather pouch entrusted you by Papalimo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gill. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. Well, you're the ones with the gill, and seeing as you're friends with Papalimo, there. Tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see what the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Right. I didn't mean to use blood weapon, but I guess it just happened. Alright. Wait, I've already got one of these! I suppose they expect you to get rid of the other pair, but like... Come on! Couldn't just have it so that I could equip, like... I don't know. Like, low-level equipment? Just have it be like, oh yeah, no, you'll be given like a set of cosmetic armor or something. I don't know. Now look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. I have got horns, Alphino. Nobody expects a thing!
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal.
Oh my god, my dude, don't just start
Because
up with
that
that.
would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
The famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal.
There are other uses for primals.
Accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
Kind of a fool.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Lovely.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Emulger?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the warrior of light?
What gave me away? The horns? It's gotta be the horns.
Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you.
Oh, this is the guy who we
Strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
The double is the man that we had that we helped get medicine for back in the Realm Reborn.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Okay, good. I can go back to my original equipment. Okay, let's see. I'll just grab the silver piece. Doesn't really matter. One life for one world, huh? If we take the Griffin's double as his word, then the crystal are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alzay of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I've changed. I mean, you don't just change out of nowhere. Okay, I'm just gonna go through here. Father Alizé. Now that Thank Grenade has finally arrived, maybe you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalimo were here all along? Well, you should all be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We very well cannot leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Oh, I guess we just teleported here. LAV Spico, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the party. I just noticed that the favorite changed. Sorry, I don't have notifications for that. I got follow spammed once by a bot, and I don't feel safe knowing that my computer could very well just explode at some point. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the bowl of embers. You must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the bowl of embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. It's all good? Okay, I'm glad it's all good then. Now then, we got us a job to do. Some nerds to bully, as it were.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Bankred.
Not willingly, no.
Oh, hey, look. I see a group of 5 nerds.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
Well, that's not lovely.
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle, defend me!
I forget that it just catches the arrow.
Skill will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Oh, lovely.
Let's finish this.
All right.
You shall fall soon enough.
All right. There's not much of a strategy here. Just kind of don't die. Oops, wrong button. Hey there, puzzling! Yeah, the best strategy. Yeah. The idea is it's supposed to be an unwinnable battle, but this will hopefully change.
It ends now. What?
The chains.
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12, Oriange.
Unwinnable battle proceeds to win. Only the warrior of light. Yeah. Yep.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us.
Nope.
I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Okay, but why are you JoJo posing, my dude?
Even odds then. No matter.
That explanation would be long, Elze.
Crushed a lot of you in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Here's the good music.
Make ready. They come.
Or I could run up there and get and what's that? God punch him? I agree. This is a good good thing to do. Yes, okay, there we go. Fearless Surge.
It's not enough.
Yes, I know. Give me an opportunity here. Oh. God, I is right next to O. Yeah. Right.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Alright, who's coming after me? Buddy, you're at 33. Gonna bully the Warrior of Darkness so he stops, you know, being a pain. Alright, with enough burst, we can just go ahead and, Oh, you're gonna be a pain! Got it! Okay, there we go. And there we go.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
There we go. Kind of simple, but you know, necessary mechanics. Darn it, Artbert, sit down. Come on, we're not supposed to know that name yet. I've been just calling him a nerd. Well, nerd. Yeah, that's what he is. He's a nerd. He's a nerd with a giant axe and...
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
But yeah, he's just a nerd. His whole posse is nerds. They did their job too well. They know my face, but not my name.
And there you have it.
But his name is on the wiki. Yeah, this is not the wiki. This is Galen TV on Twitch.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean like the Ascians?
Yes, exactly like the Ascians.
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Lovely.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh.
Can I ask why he's so stupid at least? I mean, you can. I don't have an answer as to why he's so stupid. The best I can give you is, Axe Go Burr.
Alas, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right.
What if I said I don't care, nerd? Right?
We fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won. And now our world is being erased from existence.
See, there's your problem. You didn't let the bigger fish come in. If you want to keep fighting, you got to pace yourself.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
Whiner. Yeah, yep. Absolute bloody whiner. Also, that voice crack. Holy cow. Listen, your problem...
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
Oh, there we go. He says Arbert, but... you know, it's Ardbert.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
See, I see their problem. They've got a party of 5 and 2 tanks. It's Crybaby Banana. Absolute crybabies. That's his name now. Yep. Crybaby Banana.
The depths of sorrow and embrace the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle.
Okay, could you breathe a little more,
Quickly!
Rianjay?
Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
One crystal? I've got 6 of them. Oh wait, no, they got 5. They've got 5, I've got 6, but I can just choose whichever one I want to use. So I chose the flavor blue. Oh, I thought that was yellow.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
Such squabbling.
Can't be.
Stop fighting! Mummy's not happy.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Danger's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed.
I know Crybaby Anna needs a god punch back to his world.
Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
So I'm going to cause problems on purpose.
Minfilia.
Not just in the world as it is.
Children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no
God,
longer.
Crybaby. Try to drop any lower, Artbert. Right?
As the Asians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light.
Now can you stop trying to kill me? I'm a little important.
Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength, longsword. And in treating with the Asians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves. The first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark.
Unfortunately, 5v5s don't
Yet
work
I knew
too
from
well.
the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to
In
save
CC
her, but to send her away.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Poor Oriange. It was just a match of crystal conflict. I mean, I guess?
We had walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land. Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
Institute tanks. Oh god.
You would go alone then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond.
Crybaby Banana plays PvP.
Transcends time and space.
Yeah, honestly, he's kind of bad at PvP. He does a lot of auto attacking and not much else.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Okay, but get a haircut.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn.
Even though you're a fucking Dark Knight, you absolute degenerate.
The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
That would be a really, really good, that would be a really good one-handed thaumaturge weapon. I think.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but
I
spent.
want a new game plus as a Reaper. Right?
If there is
Just be
no
like,
choice,
yes. You're making use of a void scent? I mean, I'm not going to judge, but I have to question your motives.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home.
You're not gonna like what it's gonna look like in 100 years. Just fair warning. You're feeling up on Frey and judging
We
me.
were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Up there he goes. He's gone.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
That didn't age well. That really did not age well, but I cannot explain why just yet. Kind of want to god punch Heidelin. Why do you want to god punch everyone? Oh no, not Flamine. Because praise Zodiac. Oh god. Right. Poor Flamine, though. Like, seriously. I can only imagine the kind of crap that Flamine has to go through. Alright, with all that said, what does Alphino have to say? Can I help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls? If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, and in returning the first, would they not? Mayhap that was the wish that she goes through. What about me? I dealt with Hildy. Listen, dealing with Hildy and having your adopted daughter first disappear and then wish you goodbye in your mind, leaving you to just stand there and weep silently. Wait, the voices, I need those. I don't know that I'm going to do the voices so much. Last time they kind of burnt out my vocal cords, and I don't want to go through that again. I'll try to do diversity in voices as much as I can, but I definitely won't be going the route of Patrick and Mr. Krabs. But mayhap that was their wish. Alright. An ending to mark a new beginning, huh? Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. And this, when I know full well there is work yet to be done. The crystals, leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing of the Warriors of Darkness gained them. They're not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the masked camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Alright, what about you, Elsie? You must be tired, Kaelin. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? Dang, I wanted Patrick Thancred. When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Ascian in white at the great library, I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Galen, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the rising stones. Until then, warrior of light. Okay, fine, I'll just go by myself. It's not like I wanted to hang out with my friends or anything. I don't understand anything he says because it makes me have to think, and then I gotta go punch a deity and throw someone in the river. Yeah. Thankfully, I've read enough Shakespeare to know what the hell he's talking about. Okay, Papa Lima, what you gotta say? Well met, Galen. Alphino said you would be joining us. It would seem that the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cast of crystals in the mass camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually... And then... no text bubble, so I can only assume he's making crazy Dave noises. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfinia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it means. I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We've been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida? Ida, Ralga be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Nyanla, oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald, I fought beside your father in the revolution even. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamugo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. I can't read this. I can't read this with text advance in Nyanla. Also, I didn't set the timer. Where is it? Where's the time mute? Click the stupid time mute! Okay. Fresh KS. Okay. We'll just go from there, yeah. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine, yeah? You timed this extremely well, Puzzling. I'm Ingy. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right meow, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me, yeah? Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all, yeah. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the rising stones, yeah? Hell's crystals, take me for giving you that mask. Oh no, we gotta... I suppose it's for the better that we just go back to the Rising Stones, yeah. People in the Nyavis network talking about muling stuff to your gear. It's very few people full spirit bonding their low level gearing. Yeah, that's about right, yeah. Alphanil! Let's talk, yeah? Welcome home, Galen. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago, yeah. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Nustola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. Yeah. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Yeah. Voice cutscene, please, yeah?
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
A little soon, yeah? Oh, I didn't re-enable text auto advanced, yeah. Come on.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
We're gonna have more mithril saved for the next time, though. I don't want to spam it all at once. Okay, yeah. I will fear the pursed. I didn't know. Either way, the time is over. I can stop.
Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions...
It was great, though. I'm glad I could actually, do it with a fair bit of not awkwardness, I suppose.
I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. for Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
I should hope not.
You will always be welcome here, Kryle.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
My dude, you're fine.
No, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at our heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering.
Great, so now I'm everyone's dad? Is that what's going on?
Titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Oh boy, putting me on the spot here. Well, I just asked Twitter about what I should do next, and waiting a whole week for that. Oh boy, 4 options. This is a little too much choice paralysis. My first playthrough, I said to strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Choices, I know, it's horrible. A new adventure, what else? The road goes ever on. I'm not gonna go the silent route. That's not me. I guess I'll be wistful about it. The road goes ever on.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Alphino! Look at them, Galen. The science of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Hey look, wind up Moonbreeda. They're not giving me access, so it means they're gonna do another stinger. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
yes? Bow down to Tataru.
If I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Oh man, I basically called it as being a one-handed thaumaturge's arm.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
That being said, I would love to see a level 1 thaumaturge glamour involving Tupsimati.
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting marks a new beginning.
Okay. That's nice, Mr. Narrator. Oh, hey, look, there's Peter Griffin again. Oh, so that's already happened. Well done, brother. You may resume your noble duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Yet what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. I thought we threw those away already. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Yeah, I threw them in the river. Right, the river at the bottom of the Steps of Faith. Absolutely. Can we stop passing the eyes around like there's some kind of, I don't know, apple everyone's taken a bite out of? It's not the best way of describing it, but that's basically what's happening. It was a cold river. That's why they're so small now. Oh. There's Cartano. So it was here all along. Oh, right, I have to progress this. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Gasp, who could have guessed that it was Nero Tolskeva all along? No retreat, no surrender. Okay, yep. And what's the title? Surrenderer of Souls. No, I'm gonna stick with the dragon song. Where's my Moonbrita? There we go. Okay, next is Tataru. Also, I've been meaning to ask, and I think I already asked this like last week, but I didn't get an answer. Should I use the Fantasia and roll into something different? Instead of just Elizin with what is it called? Keratinosis or something? I like the Swirling Abyss. Yeah, that's a great title. Aha, Galen, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I almost said one small favor, and I was already getting flashbacks to frickin' RuneScape. I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Okay, Tataru. I will go to the Diamond Forge. But yes. Do I use the Fantasia and just a Bun Boy, perhaps? I could go male Vieira. That's something I could do. Ah, yes. My favorite NPC in Final Fantasy XIV, Fallacy. That is all I will say on the matter. Oh my god, there's a male Lullaby by the name of Chaozu. I'm getting everyone to make bun boys. It's still lit up because I haven't looked at adventurer plates and portraits. Fun. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Soon we can be pop stars. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Tataru, what the heck are you doing? Bow down. There, all finished. The warrior of light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Galen, all in good time. Aha! Found you! Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Bowed down. Why bowed down? For what purpose must bowing be done?
We're here. Did we miss anything?
Now let's start up auto advance again.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Because you need to in order to reach for head pats.
It is the very subject of those duties.
Okay.
Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Not it.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
That's a little bit on the nose, isn't it? Yeah, Alphino would be a good successor to that.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
The orphaned poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness, help! I need some help here!
Oh no, Tataru, what's going on out there?
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her. Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Ah yes, those wounds that are very visible on the model, you know. Those wounds. The ones that they don't want to show you.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Pray tell me, where are these... Where are the bloodstains?
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
You're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin.
Oh no.
He's always
Peter
been
Griffin's
dangerous,
at it
but he's
again.
planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Such destruction, it was not my intention.
Be that as it may, if there is
I'm pretty sure this is the Griffin we're talking about, so...
hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed.
I'm pretty sure...
For Limsa Laminsa forthwith and
Okay.
audience with the
Stop. Stop. I want to speak.
Make haste to the Twelveswood.
Hello, Galen and everyone. Hello, Ioane! We're in the... I believe we're in the throes of patch 3.5 now. So, you know, fun stuff involving Peter Griffin attacking Belsar's wall. And because this is the Griffin we're talking about, it is very much his intention to cause such devastation.
You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. Chitaru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
I just realized this is the internal monologue of Papalimo.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
Good luck in your stream. Gonna be lurking a bit. Need to shower still. Okay, enjoy it. Enjoy your shower. I was gonna ask if I were to use the Fantasia that's been rotting in my backpack for who knows how long.
I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice.
If I were to use this Fantasia that's been spoiling in my backpack ever since A Realm Reborn. Ask why I heard that before I left. Oh yeah, if I use this Fantasia, what do I turn into? I know Puzzling suggested male Vieira. And I don't know. I don't know yet. Okay, back to Ishgard we go. What's this about? Elven, I'm currently an Elezen. I'm currently male Elezen. But if I were to use the Fantasia, I would change myself into something else. I know that one's kind of obvious and self-explanatory. Aura? I suppose I could do Aura. So I've got one saying Malviera, one saying Aura. I mean, it's up to me, right? Yeah, it is. I'm just not sure what... I'm just not sure what to do with it, you know? I mean, you could be a Makote. I could. Then that was originally what I was thinking to do, but I didn't want to, like, immediately... So decide. It is Miko apostrophe TE. So you're close. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Become a human? No. A representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handalup that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Galen, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. See, Emmerich understands. It's not his choice, it's yours. Okay, so do I use it now? Just log out for a little bit? Like how I got him with Nyanlaw 3 earlier. Yeah, I got hit with Nyanlaw 3. But fine, I will use the Fantasia. We will... Why not surprise us? Nah, I'll do it now. I'll do it now. On stream. Lalafell. No, I'm not going Lalafell! I know that would upset one of my friends who, re-edit character? I have to remove all my equipment. That's right. That's right. I forgot. I have to take all of my equipment off. Yeah, I forgot because I've only done it once. I don't have money for Fantasias. Well, besides weapon. Yeah, because there's no, like... There's no race-exclusive weapons. Strip. Don't just tell me to strip puzzling. As it stands. Okay. Unequip, 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 unequip. Okay, now we re-log out. Finally, fan service. Oh my goodness. Okay, re-edit character. No previously saved appearance data. Oh my. Okay. There's a few options, needless to say. I'm not gonna go random because, you know, I don't think I'm gonna be a pure Lalafell or Rogadin. That's just This is not my cup of tea, more or less. Could be an Aura. Roulette race. Oh my goodness. Should I have one set up to roulette race? I'll go open picker wheel. Okay. Let RNG decide. Fun. Okay. Actually, I want to go to browser screen. Now, like I said, it's your choice. You don't have to. I mean, I will... Hang on. That's not what I need. I want... Okay. So... Ones I would probably consider. I'm not going to become an Elzen again, because that wouldn't change much. It's your choice, you don't have to. But listen. I don't take peer pressure well. Okay, so... I'm not feeling Hrothgar right now, so I'll just do these 6. What are my current settings on this? Probably not speed level 10. Seems a little excessive. Now, if as a result of not changing race. I mean, I'll change race. I guess I'm not understanding the question. Okay. Alright, well, I suppose I have 6 options here. Split up into, you know, male and female. And we'll just go. Aura male, I guess. Okay. Right, there's two different clans. I'll go with Rain. Tall boy. Yup. Unless you want to make him short. Yeah, as short as possible is still 6'7". As tall as possible is 7'1". And right in the middle is 6'10". Absolutely frickin' tall Durgan. Why did it zoom in there? Anyways, got a show. I'll see what happens. Okay, Yoane. Let's see. There's that one that's got a... What is that? A tertiary set of scales? Either that, or I could betray the trust of the roulette and just pick whatever. Why zooming indeed, right? It's supposed to be the tail, but it's just like, yes. Look at the male parts in front. I hate to say it, but I'm really tempted to betray the trust of the roulette. Because now I don't know if I'm feeling Aura male. Actually, you know what? Yeah, cancel customization. What? Oh, no. Okay. Re-add a character. Yes. No. Don't do Aura male if you don't feel it. Okay. Truth be told, I haven't made a Viera female. Like, ever. So I'm just gonna go with that. Two clans of Rava and Vina. I'll go with Rava. It's fine. Okay. Tallest is 6'3". The difference is between 5'10" and 6'3". Okay. Oh, that's just maxed out? Okay. Odd, but okay. Okay, what's the face like? Is what, 4? Okay, maybe not number 4. It's giving me a bit of weird vibe. Let's see. Maybe something like that. Cause yeah, no, that'll be fine. All kinds of hairstyles. One of which I have to decide on. Boy, Thanker's really gonna be confused. Just be like, ah, yes, we sent you to Ishgard. Why the hell are you a bunny girl? God, that was kind of my thought process going in, because I first actually used my Fantasia on my main. At the end of Shadowbringers, it's just like, ah, yes, this is what happened now. This is canon. Okay, let me see. That'll probably be fine. I switched to here, but it felt so weird I went back to Alra. Yeah, I mean, my character started out as a Hewer, and then I was like, you know what, I've played enough of the game, let's just try something else. Oh, that's right, I can do highlights. Funny how these are like two different colors. Even though they're like literally the same color. Okay, jaw. What are the 3 jaw types? That's fine where it is. Eye shape. Yeah, but I did it after Shadowbringers. I don't know. It's easier to make a different character rather than change one. Yeah, kind of. Because then you have to try and think, how would this character look if we just decided to make them a different race? Nah, maybe that. Iris size. Gotta go with the larger size, because with small you end up looking kind of insane. Okay, eyebrows. Oh my god, no! No, not the eyebrows! Not the eyebrows, no! nose. There's 5 different noses. Yay, bunny girl. Yeah, I decided Viera female. Because, you know, I never make them. And, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least try one. Wasn't feeling Aura male. Yep. I have to be in a particular mood for Aura male. And I was not feeling it. Let's do that, I think. Lip color! I could do none. None is indeed an option. I'll go with none. I'm like that for races too. Yeah, it's fairly understandable. Okay, and then there's, you know, 4 different ear types. I think I'll go with the one I was already on. Oh god, you can make the ears longer and shorter. Why? Why give someone the power to make their ears longer or shorter? It's just, I'm imagining Finger going like, I don't know what happened, but the Warrior of Light's gone completely changed. He's just like talking to someone in a corner of a different room. Galen charges in going, I heard that! You know what? Let's go with that. Facial features. Eyeshadow. There's additional lashes. More eyebrow? No, thank you. And jewel in the forehead. Nah, the jewel doesn't really fit. Okay, and then there's a whopping 2 options for tattoos! Maybe like that? Maybe a slightly different color. No, I think that would work better. Yeah, and then what options for voice are there? Maybe just type 1. Okay. God, I have a lot of save slots for stuff. Galen Bun. Okay. Name day will stay the same. Guardian will stay the same. So confirm. Yup, that's fine. Alright. Now to get reclothed. Time to actually get clothes back on. Fantasia has been used. And now... we wait for 15 people to get through the queue, apparently. Come on. There we go. Oh, hey, I have to put clothes back on. There we go. Alright, Lucia. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. Also, what the hell happened to you? We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Alright. Gates of Judgment. Alright, Lucia, don't mind the fact that the Ellison you've come to know and respect has become a Viera. They will judge your decision. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as his guard's envoy. My dude, you gotta stand up for yourself. You need to not let people pressure you into things. I say as I have been asking people what I should do with the Fantasia, and people have just been saying, do what you want. So I got pressured into doing what I want. Oh, I completely missed that. Not I can see that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry of the Republic's Book of Statutes. You'd pick the one thing no one suggested, right? There were Mikote and Viera male, and Aura was suggested, and then I went, yes, I will go Viera female. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Okay, Camp Dragonhead it is. Oh god, this person is... Who the hell is this and why are they whining so much? Only job I haven't tried is Black Mage because I know I'd suck at it. I like it. I like astrologing, but it just feels a little bloated. It's okay, I give up. I'll do something brain dead like Dancer, then quit the game after Endwalker. I can't take it anymore. My dude! Play something! Like, seriously, just be quiet and play something. Garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Galen? You may see a familiar face. My dude's just sitting here, novice of network, whining about jobs that are boring and then won't try Black Mage because he'd be bad at it. Galen, old girl, how wonderful to see you! And Sir Emmerich, too! To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? Also, I just guessed you, Galen. I didn't recognize you with those ears. I will have some multiplied and brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Anawa. We shall soon be on our way. I see a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. And more Crazy Dave shenanigans. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. You can't just do that to me. You can't just throw Archfont at me and expect me to not take it in the worst way possible. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Onawa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Britannia with you. We're just going straight to Gridania, huh? Okay. It's fine, Galen wanted to become a fancy bunny race. Oh god, there's someone looking in Novice Network looking for people to do Shiva Extreme. And when I heard his voice for the first time, I was so cringe. Whose voice? Am I Elaine's? Are we talking about him on Elaine? Also, where the hell is Amaric? He's supposed to be right here. Do I have to wait for him to spawn in? I do. Okay, good. Yeah, Amanda Lane's got a pretty cringy voice. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Good point. Let's get moving. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Yeah, I don't care about Primal Fear. I'm just going to the plaza to... Conjurer's Guild. There we go. I was literally thinking, the hell do I spell the name? I'll just wait till Galen guesses it. I mean, with context, it's pretty easy to suss out that it was Amanda Lane because it wasn't Emmerich or Lucia. Lucia because you said his. Emmerich because he's very soft-spoken from the very moment that he comes out. Couldn't be me because, well, obviously. That's a little conceited to say, I'm sorry. Couldn't have been Arshfont because nobody says anything bad about Arshfont on my watch. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Galen, I trust you are well. You seem to look a little different. It's a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Galen, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing science have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? I love the whole thing with Fantasia. It's just like, oh yes, you wake up as though you've lived your entire life as this new person, and everyone will just treat you as such. And it's just like, ah yes, your pronouns were he, but we realize that you are now a bunny girl, so clearly you are...
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gir Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source.
They know, but are too afraid to admit it. Listen, we've had to deal with the Warrior of Light schizophrenia for a little while there. They always refer to some guy named Chad. We don't know who Chad is, but they seem to... But he or she seems to be pressuring him into all kinds of different things. He once decided he was too good to be a dragoon and then talked to a dead body for hours and then asked Chat what to do about it.
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies laboured to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
Emmerich, my man! Always the voice of doing something. Always the voice of making sure something gets done.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war.
Oh, it's my first white mage waifu. Listen, Kane Senna is Kane Senna is great. That's all I can really say about her. Is she is great.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
We'll just have to beat him up. That simple. Simple as. Find someone we don't like, beat them up. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alphenov, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Galen for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the elder seeds here to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full are we to have you. Pray, convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Emmerich is the best... Oh my god. That's a lot of Butterfingers going to a hungry Paimon. What's up? What's up, Louis? Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? You just throwing up Butterfingers and a hungry Paimon? If so, I totally understand. That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Yida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on in Baelsar as well. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Feels like someone's trying to yank my soul to the first through a straw head first. Oh no. What's going on? That doesn't sound so good. I meant to click on Mordona, and I clicked on where I was already. Not great. Not great. Also, I turned into a Viera girl. I'm not even like... I'm not even keeping to character canon at this point. It's like I could have become a Mikote female, which would have been just, you know, canon. Also got Garland with Nianlaw. Yep, I got with Nianlaw at a very inopportune moment. Welcome back, Galen. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Okay, cool. I will take the spaghetti carbonara. Wait, hang on. What were those? What are the C poses? What are the C poses? I am. I wish to find out. Okay, those all look normal. This is the normal default. Okay. Okay. I'll just go with that. As much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we hit it inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you have returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Naga doing? She will be alright, won't she? Was the Nianlaw Galen changing from Elven to Cat? No, the Nianlaw, there's I got hit with Nianlaw Part 3, which is speaking with Nyaz here and there. You know, changing your to Muir, you to Mew, now to Meow or Meow. No to Nyo, that sort of thing. That's a lot of hypes. I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru was keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ada, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in arrangement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. as are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Cryon and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you leveilleurs? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might prevail upon you to accompany me, Galen? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Poor Alize. She wants to go to do some fighting. She wants to go do some fighting. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Balesar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Oh no, my hair is now cutting into various parts of the equipment. Oh my god, you can actually... Okay, yeah, you know what? This is worth it. This is worth it. There was a long time, for those who don't know, that Vieras were not allowed to wear hats of, like, any kind. Most you were allowed were glasses in some circumstances. I should hope that has mostly been fixed. Though I have some doubts. Needless to say, there might be some doubts on the matter. Somewhat. Okay, if... I understand some of them work now, but I'm pretty sure this was not allowed back in Shadowbringers. No. Okay. But they did get the unlocked hairstyles. That's good. That is good. There's Alphino. Alphino! Ah, Galen, there you are. Come, Amarisic Spire awaits. Did that skip twice? It didn't. Good. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. Oh, that is not the best wording you could have chose, Ida. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Griffin on the wall. That's what this is called, huh? Serpent Scout, hello! Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. I quickly became knight. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turned up. I dragged off the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Not anymore! Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Galen, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the 2 of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Yes, yes. All well and good. Keep an eye on the fires. Does this unlock it? Maybe in a bit. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. I'm watching a yellow jacket chase a wharf rat till it runs out of range, then turn around and go back to his post, only for the rat to still have aggro and run all the way to the yellow jacket again. It's like a twisted game of tag. Yeah, I love it when that happens. I love it when the AI gets confused and starts freaking out. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Sure, buddy. Okay, we don't get it yet. We don't get it yet. Oh, it's like 10 o'clock. Amazing. Oh, that's a good running animation. Okay. From what Papa Lima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Baelsar's wall, now acceptable. And now I get to wait 20 minutes for 3 people to come to me. Because everyone is doing fricking... If they're doing anything, they're probably doing anti-tower. And Baelsar's wall is not common. I'm on Final Fantasy 14 right now. Want me to join you? If you want to join me puzzling, I'm more than happy for it. I can dip out of queue for the time being and wait. I literally only have Lavinia on my friends list. That's a little annoying. Alright, you'll add me? Okay, sounds good. By the way, has anyone ever... Oh, what world are you in again? I am in Marlborough. Has anyone ever completed Lazy for You? Because, I need to lay down. My head feels like the cap on a bottle of Coke after a Mentos got dropped in. Oh, no. Any idea what's going on there? Dang, we partying up, Galen? If you want to come by and party up, I am more than happy to party up. Oh, Draston, you're not gonna get this done. You're already hurting as it is.
Crab, please. Crab, crab, Frighten. Crab, 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 and...
I love it every time that comes up. Thank you. Have a restful rest. Hope your head stops feeling like a balloon that's been held multiple hundreds of feet under the water's surface. Okay, I remember... Search conditions, sir? Oh, it probably doesn't search between worlds. It's so stupid. Oh well. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks! I will. I hope that you get better. Hope you feel better anyways. Well, I hope both. Let's throw it that way. Sent friend request, yes. Yes. Okay. Invite to party. Alright. And then Yowane. I saw you at one point last week, but I didn't remember your name at all. So if I'm gonna add you to a party, I'm gonna need to add you to the party. You just swap over, give me a bit. Okay, I'm game to wait. I just heard a ping. Did you want me in any specific role? Hang on, let me. Why am I set for novice network? Yeah, you can choose whatever role you want. I've been doing all of Heavensward as Dark Knight, and I would like to continue doing that. Especially because I don't have any other classes at 60, so... I think my Twitch is a few behind. Oh, yeah, that probably makes sense. So long as you don't go tank, we're probably good. Black Mage and Cast Flare. I think Louis would like that. God, I feel bad now. Why are all of the Vieira's animations so high quality when compared to every other race? I mean, I get why, because it came out in Shadowbringers, and they wanted to make sure that there's enough flavor to it, because they are the latest race. Yeah, that's a fair enough point. I was more just kind of going, like, MMOs have a constant problem of, only looking forward and never going back. 2012 race versus 2020 race. Yeah, that's, honestly, that's about right. I mean, heck, the other races from 2010, they still look really good. Like, they hold up very, very well. I cannot read the last name. Oh, that would be, if you're asking about mine, it is Viola. Viola. I realize this probably doesn't help all that much, but there's, like... Yes. Okay, invite to party. Okay. Just search first name. Is there seriously only one Galen? I'm looking this up. Execute. Surprisingly, no search results for Galen, which means I am the only one. There is only one Galen. Okay. I don't think... Oh, I'm the only one not playing as their Twitch name. Oh, true. Seriously? Fine, I will wave. Okay. I don't think Lavinia is really in any position to join us, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get us queued in. Oh, it popped already, so we're fine. And thus begins a actually, no, I suppose the trend started in A Realm Reborn with the last dungeon of a... The last dungeon of a frickin' X-Pack having the best frickin' theme ever. Oops, wrong button. How dare I? Whoa, Canis, what are you doing? Your attention should be on me. All right. Where did I put Living Dead? Control X, okay. Alrighty. Our summoner is naked. Why? Excuse you. Top of the bar. Where did... Oh, it dropped, like, right here. Okay. Open the gate. There's one here. Good. On we go. Alright, this guy's not too complicated. Oh, right. That doesn't matter. All that matters is doing damage. Alright. This guy can summon ads, he can fire a Magitech Ray, and I don't remember if it's this fight or the next that does, what is it called? Okay, yeah, no, it's not this one that does the, it's not this one that does the, motion. The, motion-activated explosives, or whatever the heck it's called. That's the next one. Alright. I'll take the heavy boots of fending. I will greed the ring of aiming. I don't care about the ring of aiming all that much. It's okay, Maze, I'm just a traveler. Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. I think, anyways. It is surprising how much nicer this class plays, or this job plays, when you actually just... You just give it Stalwart Soul before level 70 and it's just playable. Oh, wrong button. I'm doing a bad. Okay. Give it the Blackest Night before 70 and it's playable. I mean, Stalwart Soul, like, fixes a whole bunch of the problems that Dark Knight just has baked into it. It doesn't need TBN before 70 IMO. Because then at that point, it's slightly different. It's kind of a slightly different job at that point. Okay. I mean, hell, just fixing Living Dead did wonders for the class. You forget tank busters are instant before Stormblood. They're not instant. They're just not labeled. Or at least not labeled well. Alright, Dynamic Sensory Jammer. Just don't do anything when it's about to go off and you'll be fine. Distress Beacon is a little annoying because it summons a whole bunch of slashers, but they immediately aggro on the boss. I mean, on the tank. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm pop. I actually didn't click Living Dead. I thought I did, but I didn't. I think I need to move it to a better button. Alt V is slightly better. Alright, you got me. Thank you. Greed the Filibuster's Gloves of Healing, the Choker of Slaying. I don't need them. Alright. Okay. There's the ID. That's 2 more greeds. I'm gonna try and pull everything. Been a white mage my whole life. So I got you. Okay, thank you, Ioane. Pardon you, where... There you go. Alright. We're gonna do the funny Living Dead. Dang it, I'm never gonna be able to get Living Dead to pop, I swear. Alright. Sorry, did you want to hit 1 HP? I kind of did. The reason I was going for the funny pull is because I wanted to finally get 1 use of Living Dead in. It's fine that I didn't because there was the opportunity that I didn't get back to full hit points, but that's fine. Hey, look, the Griffin is this idiot. If White Mage Instinct kicked in. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, Flash Powder's nice and easy. Don't look at the boss at all. Just wait. Now say the line, Ilberd! There you go. It's not the fight against the Griffin if he doesn't threaten you with sloppy. Alright, Lion's Head, just a whole bunch of gull dives, and we have to agree on 1 to take out. Okay, people are attacking this one. Oops. Watch out for the large amount of explosions, because he will try to distract you from the fact that the reason kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch is because it's got sugar and colorful characters. That's about it. And then he will Restraint Color the healer. Kinky. After a while, I have to wonder what is up with you. Also, I have not been using Blood Weapon. A fact that I have been only slightly ignorant to. Alright, everyone's gonna go ahead and kill the middle again. I hope.
How'd you like these? Yeah!
As always, you Sparta kick someone. And then he will Restraint Collar the healer again. Hey, if either of the DPSs... There we go. Let's get the GG in there. And we just got the Black Blood gauge. Alright, here's hoping Desiree hangs around long enough to actually get, like, 3 commendations, because I can't commend either Yoane or Ichi as much as I kind of want to. They did not. Lovely. Oh well. Want to see my Black Mage res? Sure, what's your Black Mage res? Attempts to resurrect Galen Viola, but then recalls Black Mage can't cast res. Yeah, it's probably a good thing that Black Mage can't cast res. I know I went on a little bit of a tangent on Twitter about it, but like, there is literally no penalty for a Black Mage to cast a res spell. Unless you heavily make it so that it either costs a lot more or can only be done in certain circumstances. No, I beat your body, not your eye.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Subjects back then gave Black Mage res. Well, Final Fantasy XI was a different breed, where you could more or less mix and match jobs. Then again, it was a totally different game back then too. Yeah, the whole thing behind Black Mage here is Umbral Ice. You don't have to worry about MP ever. Your rotation is basically deplete your MP, replenish your MP, rinse and repeat, ad infinitum. And, you know, if you decide to have a 2400 MP cost res that takes 8 seconds to cast, Black Mage doesn't care about the cast time either. They could just swift cast or triple cast and just be done with it. Or if you really wanted to and save ley lines, you could like cut the time down by another 15%, and suddenly you are now a better reser than even a red mage.
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
That was nice. Yes, that was nice and quick and painless. My glams got all messed up. Gotta hate when that happens. Really.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
That was nice. Whoops. Yeah, I was just about to say, you just posted that twice. Trying to glitch the weapon. Oh no.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Wow, this is lovely. Everyone's dying. I'm being facetious. It's not lovely. This is very clearly orchestrated for a purpose.
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
Yes,
As you
indeed.
can see,
There
our
I am.
infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
Ilbert, calm down, buddy.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned?
Obviously.
You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal. You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Okay, buddy. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. He might have been a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. Yeah, just a smidgen. Oh boy, look at all the fresh, ether-rich corpses that are just laying around to be used for whatever summoning Ilbert had planned.
This light, is it...
Is it what?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
What? Hey, where do you think you're going?
He's going to N-Hero. Obviously.
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tumtumati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works.
Well, there's our ticket out.
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this.
Also, yeah, my Twitch is like 30 seconds behind. Oh no! That's a long time. I'm sorry to hear that.
Take her! Please, you have to take her!
I love the use of answers here.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
I mean... God, that's just cruel. I think I did stay at Papalimo's side the first time, so I'm just going to trust in Papalimo.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Fun. She's gonna probably teleport and not see us doing these things. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a cutscene. I don't doubt that I'm gonna end up teleporting. Okay. Okay. I don't have... the post MSQ up. Surprisingly, I did not teleport. Amazing. Also, yes, I see the snowman. Now if I go into a cutscene. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Soir wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know! There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Galus was... Galus? Even Galen was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida, come on. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Counts as Galen in the car. Alright, let me just get this quest real quick. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Alright, I will join the car. I don't know where to go. We're headed to the Rising Stones in Mordona. I think in order to get there, we need to go to North Shroud. cannot... I can take your teleport because we are in the same party, yes. I just won't be in the car. You have been thrown from the... you have been thrown from the mount, returning to home point. Apparently, it's not the best idea to, Apparently, it's not the best idea to, Looks like I force teleported you. You force teleported me, but not in the way you expected. It threw me from the vehicle and it threw me to the Aetheryte. Okay. Alright. Alice, what's going on? Can't see. Oh no. It would seem you'd bring ill tidings, brother. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and unexpected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? So, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Yshilla her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gameful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. And that's 3.55 done. School's out forever. Yeah, that's not dark at all. And I think I'll just power through the rest of this. So next week we'll just get into whatever it is we need to do before Stormblood. Galen. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it'll be before... Communication with the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yshtilla's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the elder seed seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sint Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. Wait, isn't this 3.56 then? Yes, this is Far Edge of Fate Part 2. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well, then I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Is it just gonna yeet me to the Lotus Stand? Or is it just gonna yeet me outside? No, it's Kosetsu! We're not supposed to know his name. But it's so good to see him finally. I know it's a spoiler. I just love this man.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
He's great, he's cool. Yes, those are both correct.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah, a plain response at last, and the one I wanted. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
He's so good. I love him.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good man, are you all right?
That is so well timed. Starving. Yup.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
It's just the timing is the... They throw out the yo and he just falls over. I take it from my appearing here that... Yeah, no, I did not teleport me. I see Ikchi has a fairy costume. Or, I suppose it's Pixie. Got those pixie wings going. Anyways, I have to go to Gridania. Now then, can I click on the Aetheryte before the 10-minute mark? I say that because there are a lot of people in Gridania at like all times now. Okay. Or the Conjure skill. I just saw puzzling just sliding across the ground and jumping. It was fantastic. I love it when stuff like that happens.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
Yeah, probably a good idea there.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
Probably for the best.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
Oh boy.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
I love Nero so damn much.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
We're not getting the Ultima weapon back. No.
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike.
He just introduced himself on my end. Oh no.
And the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place.
I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allegans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry. Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
I could take it. I've gotten good at I can't even say the name. I can't even say the name yet.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allegans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then
I don't understand the A.
Choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who
Talking more
controls
than one
Omega
chat.
wields
Oh,
the power
okay,
of the
okay,
gods, the
that makes
very
sense.
power which led the Allegans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
You know what? He's got a point. He's got a point, though.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Good question. There's a Xenos Galvos here.
The task of restoring the
Oh my
Allegan relic
goodness.
will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Of course, there's also a Varus.
Aye. 'Twould seem we do.
Burn Malboro down.
Contingent with the authority to enter Cartanau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
Fair point. He is kind of an other one.
we should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Apparently, there's a... hence the pressing need to burn the whole server down.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Listen, at the end of the day, anyone can come up with any reason to burn a particular server down. That was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. And the Solus, they are all Lalas. Oh my god. Solus, Varus, and Xenos potatoes, or potates. Are you sure we don't need to deep fry the server instead of just burning it down? Alright, Alpha now. Greater obeisance, huh? I'll say it's already on the way. It would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. I actually have to go to the airship landing? What is this? What is this? What is this nonsense? Ow! Okay. I need to adjust myself. Sid! Galen, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stopped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. Hey, you're making me do a posture check? Okay. 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 Ow. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Ah, well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Carteneau? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith and join you as soon as I am able. Galen, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Okay, let's go. You are traveling with Mr. Garland? Oh, you're traveling with Mr. Garland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Let's head to Mordona ASAP. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in Tull's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Alright, what things can I use? I cannot use these while moving. I cannot use them while on a mount. Why is this an issue? Oh, right, I've got so many frickin' elegant silver pieces. Alright, let's go back into the Rising Stones. Hey, Nero. What's up with you, bud? This has been entertaining. I'm glad it has been.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Tataru, you're just putting Nero in his place. It's so wonderful. Believe the tall dingus.
We are returned.
No way, I never would have guessed, Alphino.
Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Apolimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
Welcome,
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger.
BRB gonna grab something to eat. Okay, Ikichi. I think I'm probably gonna have to disband the party for something coming up anyways. Because I'm gonna have to deal with someone who constantly thinks that all his name days have come at once. Here fairly soonish.
I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gozetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curs of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is
I love how much his voice echoes.
Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I love how, more than anyone else's, his voice echoes in the halls of the Rising Stones. It's so fantastic. Oh, Tataru wants my attention. Can I speak to you for a moment? You remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. You can try it on right now. Okay. Such a good outfit, honestly. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So how does it feel? Approved glamour. Yeah. You're not just saying that, are you? Well, I can't tell how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also stood in the Blood Pearl charm to, bring you home and always protect you. Alrighty. I'm gonna have to do some glams here. Oh, I can't wear the L's in Surcoat or anything anymore. Did it have any gloves? It did not. Right, I'm gonna have to... Actually, the Chaos Gauntlets I think would work well. If anything, to just go with the Dark Knight feel. Alright. And the Adventurer's monocle. Alright, Ida. What's up? Fly free, my pretty. Okay. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Yashul and Kryl? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Galen, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Alright, I gotta go run outside. Alright. Yep, there's a solo thing. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut the party short. There. It was fun. Let's be honest. Did I ever? I did. Okay. I wasn't sure if I had added Yomane to my friends list. I did. You haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Eileen Roy was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Ah, yes, good old Cartano, where many people get beat up for a number of reasons.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Oh boy, it's him.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
For all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I am Grossetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Alright, good old Grindwat.
You watching, Papa Leroy? No retreat. No surrender.
Also, they start talking now. I have trouble taking Rose seriously. Yeah.
Leave this to me.
It is my right to strike.
It's all over now. You're the face of nothing.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
Oh, there we go. It was fun tonight, but I had a long day, so I'm going to take my leave early, so good night, Galen. Alright, have a good night, Ioane. Surrender, we have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Yep. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. You got a matte red Magitech Reaper, dude. Behold the Red Baron, now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless Kura thinks to abandon his men? I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Alright, I forget if the Red Baron is any different to another Magitech Reaper, or if there's other stuff. There's other stuff.
Leave this to me.
Oh, he's got all the flashy, colorful buttons. You felled a Titan, but that still only counts as one.
Your defense is lacking.
Tis my right to strike.
It's all over now. No retreat. No surrender.
Anyways, this is more or less just a funnel, you know, just... It's a fun little moment of just curb stomping everything.
With solid steel.
This one'll sting.
Unfortunately, they don't ever shut up. I like these moments. Yeah, it's pretty great. Come back here now, please.
Leave this to me.
I have you.
No holding back. Your defense is lacking.
Tis my right to strike.
But yeah, Grindwatt isn't difficult here. After a while, you just win. It'll be you who rules this day. Yeah, nope, it's not gonna happen, Grindwatt. I think it's actually kind of funny how often Grindwatt just like runs off. By the way, we're not. That's not the end of him. We're gonna see him more often. Why, whenever I make a new character, I go out like 3 days for my whale, but everything else pops in fine. I honestly don't know puzzling. All I know is that it takes maybe a day for my stuff to pop in.
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega's sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
That's very,
I still
very
don't see any means
convenient.
to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
You're really gonna ask that? Is there any other way? You know, because...
I suppose not.
I am certain. Yes.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, we don't have another option for dealing with this primal, so... Might as well...
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
People in Novice Network are being weirdos again.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty. Show us what you can do.
Oh my god, he's a nutty. He's a nut. He's a nut. When aren't they weirdos?
The sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Yeah, honestly, they are kind of weirdos. When I first watched this, I immediately knew where they were going with Omega. It's like, oh wait, if there's gonna be an Omega, there's gonna be a Shinryu. And sure enough, when I got to Stormblood, there he is. The other two Omega. Shinryu. Who immediately starts out with a frickin' tidal wave. Honestly, this cinematic is what made me double down on my purchase on Final Fantasy XIV. It was just like, oh my god, they have this leading into Stormblood? It's gotta be great at that point. so good. He's so good. Oh, there they go. This is so good. So good. Such a good lead into Stormblood.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Oh, so you were faking it. Alright, Sid, let's talk, buddy. Not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Good, a free teleport back to Gridania. Exactly what was needed. Yeah, she's a little faker. I finally found you, faker! One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. He who continues the attack, an Imperial will. Like we believe those were real. Right, Papalimo gave her just a... You know, just a couple of, temporary tattoos. They just come off with water. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Yes, the tattoos. Wait, were you talking about something else? You were thinking about something else, weren't you? Don't think I don't see you. Anyways, wait, you must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gossetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Someone in the Novice Network says, I got a question. A mentor chimes in with 42. I love how silly the mentors are. How do you get the cool outfits? That's a simple one. You play the game. You either make enough money to get it, or you find something else to do with your life. Anyways, Conjurer's Guild it is. O12S. Kana-sen, I wish to speak with you. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in awakening Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? Not of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabanya. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magic as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan's soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanyan side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanya's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabanya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that El Amigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Nothing there. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour? Yushtol and the others have gathered at Emerisic Spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on, he says as he just leaves. Apparently there's a cat somewhere being a pain. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Apparently Tyr's cat had knocked over a glass that was put on our living room table by Newbie. So we had to clean that up. And that was horrible. Especially at midnight. Onyo is right. God, that was a pain. And also it's annoying. It's really annoying to have to put up with someone who will not take care of the glasses they take, and they just leave them wherever. Because they just expect that nothing is gonna knock it over. We live in a state that is known for earthquakes. If something happens in the middle of the day and there's an earthquake and it knocks over a glass and breaks it, that is that much less walkable space. Anyways, back to this. We only have a couple more steps until this quest is complete, so might as well just take care of it.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It begged belief.
Furiosity? That sounds made up. Shouldn't it just be fury?
In the midst of all this, have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Okay. I'm gonna go talk with Ida.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Yeah, furiosity. Apparently it is the state of being furious.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the mad king, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong.
Okay, but is it not just a little bit disrespectful to be as silly as you have been in A Realm Reborn? Well...
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When
Isn't it kind of scummy to be that unnecessarily silly in A Realm Reborn while parading as Ida? Or maybe you were just too naive.
Ida, exactly.
Who knows?
At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself. And it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalima's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. And there's credits. I'm gonna go ahead and skip them. We've already seen them. There's no need to dwell on it so much. Alright, Halize. I hear you want to get that, but everyone grieves differently. Yeah. Yeah, he may have mentioned, but Alpha now has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Yes, rest, Galen. I coughed and woke up because of the dry air. Yeah, that's... I think everyone who lives in places where it could conceivably get dry should have some kind of humidifier. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. That's a very bored-looking man. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary report. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, but both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown? Spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. It's okay, he's just a potato. Yeah, he is a potato. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. "5 minutes of fate." Alright, that does it. We're done with Heavensward. After a few months of not touching Final Fantasy XIV, we're done with Heavensward finally. I think it's a good time to call it a night. Now that it is 12:20 my time, and I guarantee a lot later for some others. I've yet to make next week's schedule, but I'm pretty sure Friday will be Final Fantasy XIV again. I will go over the poll results and see what it is I will have to level. And I will see about getting it ready for level 60. Yes, indeed. Good stream. I imagine some of you are going, Kaylin, you've been streaming for over 5 hours. Go the hell to sleep. And don't worry, I will. But make sure you take care of yourselves too. Thanks so much for watching. I put botanist. I can't do botanist. I won't be able to do any dungeons. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of y'all's night, or morning, or day, or whatever time it happens to be. I will get a schedule out by Sunday, and yeah, I'll see y'all when I see y'all next. So yeah, take care.